Hello everyone, and welcome back to my Let's Play of Make a Good Mega Man Level 2. Go ahead and get things started here. Today we will be working on the top 10 levels of the contest. Do I want to play as Marissa? You know what? I'm going to do one thing first before I head over to Tier 10. I believe I played as Marissa last video. I'm gonna play as Helmetless Mega Man, or Mega Man Hair. And off to Tier 10 we go. 11 elements and 36 nickels. Tenth place by Mr. Kiram, Boil Man. 40.8, 44, 42, 38, 39, 41. 1 element and 5 nickels. Let's get into it. Hey there, Moon. Good to see ya. I only started a little early tonight because I think one of the levels may take a while. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, this is the top 10, so these are like the best of the best in the entire contest. But I think there's a long one. And, you know, if I finish a little early, that's fine. That bubble did not come up fast enough. Oh, whew. gonna have to come back in. That shrimp could fry rice. I see you down there. Well, I got the nickel at least. Oh wow, that is a fudge. Maybe it just felt far. Yep. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, and I was so close to the end too. And I think I only missed one nickel. There's that other pathway I tried to jump to but failed. that was my fault. I slid right into that. Oh, I missed 2. Wow, okay. I think... Normally being so revolutionary in Magma 2 by going left at the start of a level gives you free Noble Nagara E-Tank. Fortunately, I can't offer that, as they're actually all hidden across the level with challenges guarding them. However, if you want to fight a free bonus boss I decided to include in this level for fun, you'll get some goodies for beating it, I suppose, but you can certainly completely ignore it and just judge the actual leather rather than my silly boss behind the store. Disclaimer, I am not responsible for any meme injury incurred by this boss. Okay, so I know where 1 nickel is, or might be. Get that one that way. This just heads back. This one here. I got that. Let's see. not going to be down that way, because there's... Oh, let me... Okay, yeah. Always safe to double check, especially when this game doesn't have lives. This is only a small penalty for exploration. This is one I missed before. Shrimp went to space. Okay, then there was this one down here, which I got. Like that just in time. And would have been a full heal if I hadn't gotten hit by the crab. Now I can come down here, but it doesn't appear I can walk through anywhere. Chinese. Perfect timing. And I got crushed by a bubble. Okay. while I was charging. That's up yonder. Wait. Oh. Another shrimp went off to space. Alright, that's everything. Let's see what the judges say. Snow Run Pyro. Auto 24s are usually very annoying to deal with, and it's also the case here. While most of them are well placed, the nature of the enemy means you're just going to be firing like an idiot, hoping that your shots will line up with their like 2-frame period that they're vulnerable. And when you have stuff like Fireboys constantly firing at you while you're trying to do this, it just becomes not fun. That being said, though, the rest of the level is really, really good. I really love the usage of the Waveman bubbles and the sea mines in general, and the sea mines especially are used in very clever ways with a variety of enemies. The custom enemies are pretty interesting, and the crab guy is adorable. And they're used in tandem with the default engine assets very well. The Noble Nickels are a challenge to find, and I like all of them except for the first one, because Picado 24s. The fight with Boilman himself is pretty good, though I'm really not sure how to dodge the attack with the triple flame pillars and Boilman triple jumping. Seems like the safe spots Boilman just blows steam, which apparently hits you in. The fight with the air capsule is pretty great, too, and it's a neat take on the capsule-type boss. Also, I swear my control... I swear I need to get a new controller, but I need money to do so. People, subscribe! Give me money. Donate. I can take those now. Also, I had to go to the hospital because I was mauled by the memes. Overall, really great level that just gets brought down a bit by the Picado 24s. Cheapy Hornet. Pretty nice level. I really like the custom fire enemies you made, especially the squids. I didn't like the Waveman bubbles, particularly in the last room before the boss. The section was very difficult compared to the rest of the level, which was pretty easygoing. I was also disappointed in the lack of Waveman pipes. They would have fit this stage well. Boilman himself had a really cool design, but his attacks were really hard to dodge. Edit, the second time I played this, I went left at the beginning. Hey, Mr. Kurum, nice that you got there. Angel. This one took me a while to grasp. It's a good stage with a lot of attention to detail and 2 cool boss fights. However, the only part where the player will ever die is the final stretch to the boss. There is basically no challenge provided in this level. Every enemy can be tackled one at a time, with only Fireboys and the squids being used to complement other enemies on screen occasionally. I found playing through this stage to be rather boring, simply because basically nothing is ever threatening or important enough to stop the player from advancing. I feel like a mid-boss or 2 would have helped this stage greatly in shaking things up. I had fun with the bosses, though they are not perfect. Air Capsule 2 suffers from I can tank hits until he's dead syndrome, And Boyleman himself, I've had a lot of trouble with predicting. Dodging his landing shockwave is difficult to do, even if the player slides relatively early, and even then he can use his blast to chase the player down before landing. Gariri. Not that much of this level stood out for me, but I had quite a bit of fun playing it, still. The type of enemies and obstacles used can be annoying at times, but the level was mostly well done. The new bosses and enemies are also pretty awesome, and the stage looks very good overall. A-Spark. Solid stage show, folks. This guy knows what he's doing. You took one gimmick and squeezed it for all it's worth. This is very commendable. Ultimately, this has a great look, the music is perfect, and the selection of enemies is right for their situation. It's not without faults. One of my issues is things associated with Boyle. This really feels like a fairly generic water level with a few fire-themed enemies thrown in. And they're almost out of place. As good as the gimmick used is, it probably could have done with furthering the theme and using another one. The boss is pretty good with his variety and selection of attack patterns. I do find he's not on the very threatening side. I never felt in danger during the fight. I died to him once due to having 2 hit points left. Any other time, he dies without me even so much as paying attention. I think the player needs to feel the full front of a boss's attacks. At least they actually do what I ended up doing on repeat playthroughs, not bothering to dodge and just shooting the bugger to death. I also feel like the Noble Nickels are tacked on at times, with their challenges being far easier than what the main path throws at you. It's a bit backward. These are minor problems in the grand scheme of things. The level is just straight up solid, and I think Capcom would be happy to see such a level in Robot Master in Mega Man 11. Oh, and I found the secret hidden boss. I laughed. He was good. Yeah, well, maybe Mega Man 12. Yes. Mr. Curran was actually a Mega Man 1 judge. That explains why his level is so good. Airman. I know I lied to you at the last festival, but I've learned from my mistakes. I'm a new man now. I definitely won't make any cheesy jokes this time. Nope, no way. Ninth place by Saverdez. Komaso Temple. 41.2. 45, 41, 46, 34, and 40. 1 element and 3 nickels. Let's get into it. No dog, and no... Yeah, I ain't afraid to use my special weapons. Ah, I see. I should have guessed. Okay, gonna have to slide. See, I knew. Ow. I knew that little gap over there was something. Okay. That's 2 down. Okay, now that's what I call fair. Okay, and they do go down far enough. Like I said, that's what I call fair. Having the checkpoint right next to a hard challenge is a lot better than... Oh, I know what I can do. Not that. All right, Tomahawk Man platforms. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. All right. Oh. Okay, and these definitely I want to use Flash Stopper on. Ah, God, I keep messing with the wrong buttons. Alright. One playthrough. Let's see what the judges say. SnowRun Pyro. 6 out of 5 aesthetics, though? Oh my god, this level is amazing. It picks like 4 enemies and a single gimmick and makes really great and creative level around it. The difficulty curve is excellent, it makes sense, and the usage of the Tomahawk Man platforms is really great. The Noble Nickel rooms are hard but fair, and I really like the final stretch with the bajillion platforms. It's a really neat usage of them. Also, this is going to be like the one level I fangirl over the aesthetic, because seriously, this level looks amazing. It sets up a great atmosphere, and having the moon and the parallax clouds and the mountains during the boss fight is such a great touch. Seriously though, this level is awesome, it plays great, it's designed really well, and it's overall just really nice. And all of it without any major custom assets. GP Hornet. That was a fun level. I really liked the cave story background and the recolored Pharaoh Man tile set you used. It gave the level a sort of mystic feel to it. The boss room looked especially good. The Noble Nickels were fairly easy to find, but incredibly hard to actually get. The last room with all the platforms was a bit extreme compared to the rest of the level. It really could have done without the laser shooting enemy. I can agree. Angel. I love this level. It's really scary, but ultimately not too bad to traverse, making the end of each room all the more rewarding. It also limits itself to a small toolkit which works with the theme and supports it. I find it kind of sad how most of this level's challenges, especially later on, can be pretty much trivialized with Sakugarne, but that's kind of missing out on the point. This stage, in my opinion, also works beautifully for Komoso Man himself. Don't know, to me he could just seems like the kind of guy who put traps everywhere in his house. I feel like the level could have done a tiny bit more in terms of small optional areas for pickups, or more with its platforming challenges, but regardless, it feels super great to play, and I like it a lot. Gariri. For a level filled with plenty of deadly traps that can only be avoided with precise movement, it's surprisingly not as bad as you'd expect. It doesn't give the level a pass though, as you would still end up constantly dying to the mediocre level design, especially when trying to get the Noble Nickels. Despite that, the stage looks beautiful and inspired. The boss fight is quite decent, and I still found myself enjoying parts of the level. A-Spark. This is instant death done right, folks. How to take a single gimmick and squeeze it for all it's worth. For a stage that's almost solely dev kit, there's some really good stuff here. Absolutely perfect checkpoint placement. Definitely agree. Nice and challenging Noble Nickels. Also agree. Surprisingly varied platforming challenges considering the gimmick. A few really clever, almost comical moments. The walker at the end there made me laugh due to sheer bizarreness. Design-wise, I cannot fault this stage very much. Your biggest hurdle is theming. Not enough was done to make this stage fit Komoso Man. The tile set, look up say a tile set for our dojo. The enemy set and music did nothing to help, as they are all just very generic and not really thematic. This feeling of being generic applies to the stage also, as you could have put any Robot Master at the end. Still, you see the scores. This is a minor issue. If this is how you pull off instant death, I'd love to see future stuff by you. Yeah, definitely agree. Just like I said in the level, having the checkpoint right by your challenge so that, oh, you died? Well, here, have another shot at it. That's how you do an instant death scenario right. I believe I missed 8th place. Yeah, just did 9th. So, there we go. 8th place by Strife. Launchman and Shuttleman. Score 42.0. 41, 40, 41, 40, 48. Ace Spark's favorite. 1 nickel or 1 element and 5 nickels. Let's get into this. Oh my god, that Wily blimp in the background. I see you there. Aha! See what I mean about the top 10 being the best of the best? That nickel right there was challenging, but fun. Yeah, the enemies respawn, but that's a given in a Mega Man level.
Jump, jump.
Oh god, yes, I definitely see why this is Ace Spark's favorite. Oh, the bird. I hope I'm going the right way for a nickel. See, there's so much going on. Alright, well. That doesn't go high enough. Okay, how do I get the nickel? Oh, the Air Devil. Ow. Launchman and Shuttleman. Oh boy, this is chaotic. And yeah, you only have to defeat one of the two Robot Masters And the other one will just run away. Oh, and I missed 2 nickels. Where? Okay. I have the map. I don't have to wonder. Okay, one's on the ship, and one's... Okay. Oh, if I'd taken this top path right away, I would have gotten it. Go ahead and fill it back up.
Jump, jump.
I jumped over you in time. Oh, did I not? I didn't go down the ladder. Oh yeah, I gotta fight Dennis, I think his name is. Log entry. Day 7. Dr. Wily still has not noticed me. Unbeknownst to him, I am the almighty Dennis. I, the almighty Dennis, have amassed an arsenal of terrifying power. The enemies of my master shall quake in fear at the sight of my numerous transformations, each one more powerful than the last. I am immortal. I am infinite. I am eternal. Wily will notice me. Please notice me, Wily. Alright. That's everything. Let's see what the judges said. Snow Run Pyro. I think probably my biggest issue with this level is that it's too overwhelming for first-time players. There's a lot of enemies around, especially very bulky ones like power slams. I also don't really like the usage of shield attackers. They just feel like they were randomly placed and really don't pose that much of a challenge and just seem like they're there to waste your time. And the bosses, while fun and really well done, were definitely very overwhelming, and it took a death for each to really figure them out. All that aside, this level is really neat with its tech, and there was clearly a ton of love poured into this. The missiles, while not being the most original thing ever, are pretty neat, and do help to spice up gameplay. And once you do master the boss fights, they're a ton of fun, except for the Air Devil, which I found to be a bit dull. But that's basically every devil boss ever anyways. The crazy morphine Met guy got a big laugh out of me, and the launch sequence was super neat. Honestly, this level really just shines in how creative it is. It does a heck ton of neat things. The design isn't particularly strong, though, so I can't really say it's perfect. I still personally really like it though. Jupy Hornet. That was insane. I can tell that a lot of love and care was put into this level, especially the launch part. However, that boss was just too much, especially after an already long Air Devil mini-boss. It's a very hectic fight, and it's hard to dodge both bosses' attacks at once, especially since the bigger Robot Master, I think it's Shuttleman, no, that's Launch Man, hits like a truck. There seems to be a pattern, but it's very difficult to learn without dying several times because the battle moves so quickly. With the first mini-boss, the Air Devil, and the Launchman Shuttleman, I think you tried to do a bit too much in one level. Andril. Really fun stage. I love the little details like Launch and Shuttleman flying in the background as you make your way through the sky, and I think the takeoff sequence is super cool and memorable. The level as a whole is occasionally pretty spammy with its enemies, but a lot of fun to play regardless. The mini-boss barrier is unfortunately already unlocked as you enter the room, but like the other bosses in the stage, he's a fun one to fight. Launch and Shuttle themselves are pretty hectic, but after a cycle, it's pretty easy to remember their pattern. I like how they team up like that. If the difficulty was less abrupt and more slopey, I'm sure this stage would feel even better to play, but it's already a lot of fun. Give me a second. I need to grab a bottle of water. Gariri. This is a great level. The level design is very solid, but does contain a somewhat high concentration of enemies at places. Despite that, it's a very fun stage, and I thought the ideas behind it were really interesting. However, I did not like the last boss fight, considering how easy it is to die while fighting them. There are a few bugs, but it's no big deal. It's an absolutely fantastic level, but I feel that there's quite a few issues that this level could have done without. And a spark. There are two things wrong with this level. The screen can get overcrowded every so often. The combination of enemies towards the end of the stage is fairly questionable. And I think not enough of an effort was put to get the enemy set theme together. Recoloring enemies to match each other and perhaps replacing a few would have helped get the stage linking together better. The former is actually an issue, but the latter is a serious nitpick. Because, let's face it, this stage is great. The gimmicks are simple but effective. They complement the level layout, and whilst you don't really do anything that clever with them, you do go beyond the minimum and hit a nice middle ground. If I felt this was a problem, though, you make up for it with your boss battles. Are you a treasure fan by any chance? Because your boss fights take what is an absolute average stage and, to excuse the pun, rocket it out of the arena. All four of them were great. I'm counting Dennis. Very creative and just a whole lot of fun. They hit the perfect balance of challenge, neat attacks, and flair. Your Robot Masters, I fell in love. Not only would I want to see this stage in an official Capcom title, I think this actually beats most Capcom stages. Yeah, I do agree with the Air Devil. It's an interesting idea, but it just gets boring and repetitive. I feel like there should have been more eye-opening between cycles, but then again, devil bosses are not that exciting to begin with. Mega Man 11 being the kind of exception because they did kind of speed it up a little bit. But Launch Man and Shoto Man is a very hectic fight. Luckily, like it showed, you'd only have to defeat one of them to end the boss fight. And I was letting myself basically get hit by Launch Man quite a bit, but, you know, it is what it is. 7th place by Red Loopy. Cyberman. 42.8. 39, 45, 39, 46, 45. 1 element and 4 nickels. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's not where I need to go yet. And for my Battle Network players out there, Cybermets! There's a point here that I need to... I think I'll recognize it when it gets here, but... Yep, this is it. I need to get hit by that. So I could... grab that. And then... where am I? Oh! Shortcut to the boss. I forgot about that part. Okay, so... forget how I'm supposed to get that? Bollocks. For his sake. There we go. I don't have my... Ow! Okay. Was he wondering, is this one situation? Oh, I didn't even see my... Ah, that's how I get the nickel. Clever, clever, clever. Like I said, you see why these are the top 10? I just gotta make it through this again. Oh, those are spikes. Okay, good to know. Oh, wow. Of course, I'm not done after I beat these 10 levels because... I have the Wily stages after this tier. did not sign up to play Toho today. Oh, please don't put me back at the... Okay, thank God. Okay, good. I've reached another checkpoint. Okay. Always explore. I jumped! Just smaller ring rings. It's revenge of the free AOL trial CDs. Okay. Not fast enough. Yeah, I can buy M-Tanks. Huh. Feel like that's somewhere. I wanted that. I'm sorry. Well, I think I was at the... Anyways... This map's difficult. Well... I'll say it's a good thing I started an hour early. Okay, think. Actually, I should just... Okay. I know what I need to do. Ooh. Okay. I mean, that gets me this. Bunch of bolts. I knew it. Does Grabbuster go through? It does not. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Go this way. Alright. Okay, but how do I get... Excuse me. Okay. So... This is here. I don't have... That's right, this map is so weird. May have to look up how to get these. For the life of me, I do not. Okay, so I land on this. Where does this take me? Back to the start of the area. Okay. I know, I go up here. I come out here. And this. That frees that. So then where... where am I? Okay, so I know these just take me back down to the bottom of the stairs. And then... What? What the heck? That happened again! Okay, so I'll let go of my charge when I enter that room. That's the problem. I hit the jump button. Okay. What is going on? I wasn't charging. Okay. So, okay, that just takes me back outside. Okay. Alright, give me a second. Nope, that's... Sorry, I just gotta look this up because this is... Okay, well there's the one I need. The question is, how do I get the other one? I jumped. Oh, for fuck's sake. Gotcha. Come on. Okay. So now that I got that, go back through this way. Okay, so that's 3. Now I just need... Okay, so I just have to get through that one room that keeps sucking me into the floor. No, what? Okay, let me try something. I'm gonna exit the stage, go back in, and hopefully that glitch is fixed. I was gonna try not to take any of the teleports. If I could help it, but maybe that's what I should do. Just do from now on. Okay. Okay, so that is working. God bless it. Oh! Okay, that was dumb. Okay, this one is easy. Okay, and that's all 4. I'll say, just to let everyone know, I did like that level. It's just, tired brain is tired, and I couldn't figure out the pathing. Overall, nothing wrong with the stage. It's a great stage. I'm just being dumb and got frustrated. Hey, Starman, give my love to a shooting star, but she moves so fast that I can't keep up. I'm chasing. I'm in love with a shooting star, but she moves so fast. When she falls, then I'll be waiting. Let's see what the judges have to say about the stage. Snowrun Pyro. Man, this level is seriously awesome. It looks really good, and honestly, the tech with the matrix blocks and the maze stuff blew my mind. It's an incredibly well-built level, for the most part, and it's truly a spectacle to behold. I really love the custom enemies, especially the minor Mets. They're adorbs. Though, honestly, I think some weird design choices bring it down for me. The Noble Nickels in particular. The way to access the first and third ones is clever, but I didn't like how you basically have to replay the first part of the level right after getting the first one. And the way to get the second one was pretty obtuse. Thankfully, the room with the nickel in it was actually very clever, so it at least evened out, I guess. Also, I don't really think I'm a fan of the boss. It just kind of felt like a rehash of the mini-boss. Honestly, I think I like the mini-boss more than the boss. Because at least with the mini-boss, it's just a survival, while the boss plays more like your typical Wily capsule fight, which I have never really been a fan of. I think the good outweighs the bad here, though, and it's still a great level, in my opinion. Also, I found that psychedelic death pit and it killed my eyes. Don't know where that is. Chippy Hornet. Wow! This level clearly had a lot of effort put into it. The graphics were amazing, besides a few spikes that looked like blocks, and others that blended in with the background too much. I've never really been a huge fan of gimmicks that send you backwards, but this level did it surprisingly well. However, one time I touched the very edge of those cyber blocks that send you backwards, and nothing happened. The boss was fun and was a fun and engaging battle that posed a nice challenge, but his attacks were a bit repetitive and hard to dodge. Overall, though, great level. Angel. This stage is a bit overambitious. Haha. I really like all the creative ideas that went into this level, but they're just introduced at a rapid-fire pace, making it hard to keep up with them. What bothers me the most is the wraparound. It's super cool. It's a super cool mechanic, and the level uses it well for some mind-bending scenarios. But it's introduced properly after it's already been used, and the way it's used makes it not obvious to the player when the wrap is active. I spent a lot of time searching for how to access the first Noble Nickel, jumping into every cyber reset block in the hopes of finding one that takes me to a bonus area. But it ended up being a random wraparound room that had me redo the first section completely. My favorite part about this level is definitely the boss. The sound effects are amazing, and I love how the mini-boss introduces the player to all of the boss's attacks. The conveyors turning on is also a neat addition to the challenge. Guriri. Amazing! This is a stage that does everything almost perfectly. I'd say the only things I didn't like are how much you end up backtracking and the occasional bugs. Yes, I ran into one of them. However, the concept is very interesting and it has been executed so well. Not to mention the outstanding visuals and how interesting the method of getting the noble nickels are. Ultimately, aside from small issues, this level is extremely well built and it definitely deserves praise. A-Spark. I think one of the gimmicks was kind of underutilized on the math path, the screen wrap. And it would have been nice to see the mini-boss show up again in a different configuration, as it certainly felt like it warranted a repeat. It also felt over too soon, just as it was getting really interesting. That does say everything, though. I was stunned. Not only did I feel this feel like a Mega Man stage, this felt like an all-time classic one. Everything was really original, and when it wasn't being original, you had serious flair to back it up. Nice graphics, good music, really cool special effects, and I love the Battle Network reference. In fact, you took what was basically an insta-death layout and Super Meat Boy'd it. It was very nicely done, and a really clever way of handling it. The Noble Nickels were also very clever and sneaky, but not too frustrating, although they require a little too much backtracking for their own good. But this sort of weapon usage for the optional stuff was pretty well handled. The Robot Master was fun, if a little easy. Maybe he should have dealt a little more damage. I never felt in danger during the fight. I did unfortunately have the Robot Master hilariously glitch out on me, quite badly, which caused a soft lock. Awkward. Still, this was such a cool stage. I loved it. Well done. Yeah, like I said, this stage, I love it too. I love the aesthetic. I love the challenge. It is a bit short, but honestly, I would rather take a well-built short stage than a maze stage that goes on far too long and overstays its welcome. It was fast, it was quick, it was fun. The optional stuff, a bit challenging. This game is not going to get an update, but the glitch I had to encounter where I had to exit, it's fine. Nitpick, it is what it is. Hello, Yellow Devil. Boomo. Boomo, boomo, boomo. 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 Boomo, boomo. Boomo, boomo. 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 Hi. Alright. 6th place. By the Stove Guy. Beneath Sand and Rock. Score. 43.4. 46, 38, 40, 46, 47. 1 element and 2 nickels. The DKC factory music. God, I love DKC. I should play that on stream too. Reset. Okay, now don't die. Okay. Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. Okay, so clearly I'm gonna have to backtrack. Am I? Where am I? Oh, not worth it. Okay, but there's one, and I missed the other one back there, but... yeah, I'll have to play this again. Okay, yeah. guess apparently this is KK's slider? Okay, we'll beat the boss. But I guess I missed a key somewhere? Because I got that nickel over there. Let's get some spray bullets. Feel... Did I go up? I don't feel like I went up last time. Okay. Got the necklace. Alright. Let's see what the judges think. No Rod Pyro. I really love the whole design of this stage here. The placement of enemies is really good, and probably the only enemies I don't really like how they are used are the jet buttons. or batons. Just solely because they tend to surprise you. The rest is really, really good. And the Scorpion generators provide for a serious challenge. The Jump Big generator is really cute, too. And oh my god, the up and downs, they're actually used well. I love how they're used. Oh. There's my keyboard. I also really liked the design of the middle section, too. The rooms with the Cossack spike blocks use them really well. And I like how you can just collect what keys you want, and the extra can go towards a noble nickel. My favorite part of the level, though, is the wave bike section. It's just so perfect, just romping through the whole level backwards, and it's really clever how the whole level is built to still be threatening in the section. The boss is really fun, too. It feels like a real Mega Man Fortress boss. Atmosphere of the level is really good, too. The level is overall just excellent. I love it. Cheapy Hornet. I really like the graphics here, and you use the keys really well and gave a clear sense of where the player should go. But there are some issues. Aesthetically, it was a bit difficult to tell the spikes apart from the background, and the music doesn't loop properly. The wave bike section towards the end felt out of place and was hard to react to the enemies popping out of the sand. The up and downs were really annoying as well. Yeah, I can agree to that. I feel up and down should be used for pits, because that's where they were designed to be, but... Angel. Oh man, I really like how you move back through the level at the end, though it makes little sense why did Mega Man not just go left to begin with. Really cool level with a well-executed underground desert theme. I like the little key challenges that let the player advance through the stage. The enemy placement is mostly fine, though I think the level could have done without up and down surprising the player while he's moving up and down the structure near the end. The boss fight is also a lot of fun and a great conclusion to this level. Yuriri. I'm impressed by the effort put into this level. It is extremely well done. The level design is very solid. The atmosphere of the stage is fantastic. The only real complaints I have are the wave bike section, which is tedious and frustrating, and parts of the level where enemies are frustrating to deal with. However, the positive aspects of this stage make up for the problems it has, and that is something I appreciate. A-Spark. The opening made me smile, and then I entered the temple, and I knew I was in for something good. I'm almost wondering if this stage was made by two people. The two halves of it feel very different. This both does and doesn't feel like a Mega Man stage. It's clearly set up in a fashion that's alien to Mega Man, but at the same time, you get the feeling this could actually fit in a Capcom title. It's not a vowel, doesn't need an and. You manage to take dev kit assets and turn them on their head. The maze-like system in this level really makes you feel like you're exploring the depths of an ancient ruin, finding the secrets within. While you put in instant death, you found it's not actually the cause of the player's demise. Of course, the coolest bit of this level has to be the ending. I'm not spoiling this, but it really made me go, okay, wow, that is awesome. Also, you threw in an original boss amongst the dev kit asset stage. That blindsided me. It's pretty unique and the coolest looking bosses in the contest. He is as creative as the level. Really solid use of dev kit assets involved. There are issues with the stage, but they are very minor. I feel the enemies could do with modified graphics. They seem to clash with each other, but that is a serious nitpick, and obviously I'm not penalizing for that minor thing. The boss itself has one attack that gave me pause. I feel he fires it entirely too many missiles, and they're awkward to deal with. Agree with that. Other than that, this stage was brilliant. Stunning tile set too. Yeah. Gouty Man. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've seen this moon statue before. Weird. Fifth place by NaOH. Rod Mythro had the same thing. Sodium oxyhydrate? I don't know. Quarantine Woman. Score 43.6. 34, 47, 43, 47, 47. This was what? Fifth place. Okay. 1 element and 3 nickels. Let's go. Okay, pretty straightforward level. Jeez, that kind of startled me a little bit. How am I supposed to get this nickel? So, geez, how am I supposed to figure this out with all these enemies coming at me? Let me see. Can't climb down to it. I mean, I guess. Alright, now that I got that nickel. The SCP is after me, man. Ah! Containment breach! Oh, jeez. Okay, good. I don't have to do the arm again. God damn! Girl, you hit like a truck. Oh man. What a boss. But that's all the collectibles in the stage. Let's see what the judges thought. Let me get a drink. Snow Run Pyro. It felt like it focused on cinematic more than actually making a level. The first half is completely unassuming and doesn't do much, but I'm pretty sure that was intentional. The transition to the second half definitely scared the heck out of me. And this is where I begin to have issues with the level. I appreciate the effort that went into the AI of the hazmat suit guys. They go and attack other enemies before attacking you. But they are really introduced pretty badly. Your first encounters with them are in extremely cramped areas, and they can very quickly gang up on you and kill you. And later on in the level, they just spawn in completely non-threatening places. The end with the mutants is neat, but it also really feels like enemy spam because the bugs just seem to be randomly pasted everywhere. Also, the bugs are kind of nightmare-inducing and made me feel very uncomfortable. The whole hand thing is really creepy and scared the hell out of me, but poses no threat at all. There are some acid drops that just seem to be placed randomly and will never hit you. Sensing a pattern here? Style over substance. Not a fan of the boss either, because she does a hell of a lot of damage with everything, so it becomes more of a trial and error learning thing than an actual engaging boss. The Noble Nickels are really weird too. The second one is incredibly frustrating and to get since the hazmat guys are on your track all the time, forever. And I don't think it's possible to escape the pit the third one is in without dying. I appreciate and respect the huge amount of effort put into this level, but I don't think it turns out to be a fun experience. Choopy Hornet. I don't know what I was expecting from a robot master called Quarantine Woman, but it wasn't that. That was fantastic, and it really seemed like it was made by a professional Mega Man fan game developer. The random music switch, the hazmat enemies that come from ropes, the mosquitoes, the giant hand mini-boss, everything about that was just awesome. My issues with this level were few and far between. First, you forgot to place a ladder collision tile near the beginning of the level. Second, a jump big was right next to a screen transition, giving me almost no time to react. Lastly, Quarantine Woman's attacks do a lot of damage considering how fast they are. The biggest issue is the noble nickels. Some of them are ridiculously hard to get. Still, this level is great. Awesome job. Angel. I absolutely love the way this level tells its story and how it transitions every time it throws in a new element. The atmosphere and pacing in this level are amazing, and I had a lot of fun playing through it. I feel like this level would have been better off without any noble nickels though, as they were usually low points in my enjoyment and fairly tricky to get. I still don't know how to get the second nickel reliably. After 15 minutes, I managed to do a Sakugarne hop on the scientist below, but that feels too precise to be the solution. Aside from that, the level frequently suffers from unfair enemy placement, forcing the player to take hits. One example for this is the first time you see the bugs. One of them flies directly where the player will go next. Oh, by the way, great detail how the security guards shoot at the bugs and not just focus down the player. It really helps in making them feel believable. My favorite section of this level was when the huge mutated hand surprises the player in the boss corridor. Overall, fantastic atmosphere, but the gameplay sometimes gets influenced by it to the point where tanking a hit is often a better option compared to using skill in order to get through the level. Definitely my favorite aesthetic and story execution in the contest though. Gariri. I've gotta say, this level is absolutely amazing. Pretty much everything in it is perfect or close to being perfect. The ideas behind it and the bosses are awesome. The graphics and music are great, and the level design is very solid. I'd say that there are a few times where there's excessive enemies respawning or noble nickels that are hard or confusing to get. Regardless, this level is certainly very enjoyable and extremely well built. Spark. I can't say I was expecting anyone to make a stage that would fit in with the Aliens franchise, but there it is. This is another stage I am so thankful there's a Robot Master for. This level takes what is basically an enemy-only stage and makes it work. The custom assets in this stage are incredible, and I can't remember playing a Mega Man stage that gives its enemies set honest to goodness AI. The Hazmat Joes are brilliant. The flair and details in this stage make up for the fact that sprite work can get a little wonky. But there is so much attention to detail though, I can't help but award a full aesthetic score. Final stretch is a little crowded, but it isn't too bad, and some of the nickels were kind of hard to figure out. The second one, having a constant stream of enemies, was a little much. As for your Robot Master, it's a really cool fight and gives me the same feeling as playing a shoot 'em up with the precision required. My biggest issue with the stage is her though. Don't get me wrong, she's great, unique and pretty difficult, but she's a bit too difficult for her own good. The main cause of this is, with one exception, an almost complete lack of tells during the fight to let you know what shot pattern she's going to use, which leads to the player to be unprepared. It took me a while to beat her, and even when I sort of got used to how she worked, the lack of tells means it's very hard to know what exact actions you need to pull off to dodge her next barrage, especially considering the sheer precision required. Overall, this stage was brilliant though, and is one of the more unique experiences I've had playing a Mega Man game. Yeah, good stage overall. Definitely got the horror aesthetics with the sudden jump scare of the enemies, the Hazmat team bursting in and starting to attack you. Bit happy on the enemy spam. A bit enemy spammy for that second nickel, and yeah, they're very... I had to look it up. I was just gonna say that. Just to be sure my thoughts were in the right place. And the boss, it's good. Tone down the damage a lot, make her a little slower, and telegraph the attacks. But overall, yeah, I feel it got the score. It deserves the scores it got. Needleman, one really has to respect the budget that went into this festival. The organizers created a sewer, forest, a subway train, an arcade, a VR room, a restaurant, a tower, and a platform that goes all the way to outer space. Just think of how much that would cost. Fourth place, by Blackmore Darkwing. Neapolitan Man. 43.8. 48, 43, 45, 44, 39. 1 element and 5 nickels. Oh, long one. Okay. Okay. Now see, that's what you call good conveyance. It already introduced gimmick, and then this right here tells the player, hey, watch out for the things coming up. That too. Before you even have a chance to get on the platforms, something comes along and shows you, hey, these off-colored platforms quickly melt. Okay, I think these are just... Okay. Whew. I know I'm not talking, I'm just enjoying this stage so much. Oh, damn. Okay, that's not that bad. Like, seriously, this level is like something I would legit see out of an official Capcom game. Please let there be a checkpoint up here. Okay, not gonna ding that too much because it's an optional path for an optional collectible. That's my fault. That's my fault. I completely threaded that needle. Alright, no backtracking. Got me right off in the boss corridor. That's how you do multiple health bars right. You make it seem intimidating, but not all that intimidating. Sure, he had a lot of attacks, but he wasn't doing that much damage to me. And his attacks were telegraphed very well. Oh. Did not mean to go back in. Let's see what the judges have to say. Snow Run Pyro. Absolutely fantastic level. It's a bit on the long side, but it spends a lot of the time developing its gimmicks in really awesome ways, and I think it turns out amazing. The ice cream gimmicks are incredibly creative, and I really like how you made your new gimmicks interact with default engine assets. I love the ice cream cannon enemies. They're kind of amazing and one of the best cannon type enemies I've ever seen. The design is really clever and each gimmick is used really nicely. There's a lot of setups to me that stand out to me as just being extremely well designed. Probably one of my favorite parts in this level is the fight with the mixer mini-boss over the waffle cone platforms. You'd think getting hit wouldn't really matter, but then you remember that in this engine, there's very slight upwards knockback when you get hit, and that makes the mini-boss incredibly threatening. It's really well designed and very fun. I also really like the Noble Nickel bonus rooms. They're all extensions of the gimmicks used in really difficult ways, and I love them. And on top of all of this, there's also a ton of adorable details like the ice cream buckets with the multiple flavors, and an incredibly fun, fair, and learnable boss fight at the end to top it all off. The only part of this level that kind of confuses me is the strawberry block gimmick. I don't really think it was used all that well, and I feel like just straight up removing the blocks wouldn't change anything. But they're not really a major part of the level. Besides that, this is just fantastic. Awesome job. Choopy Hornet. This was a super creative stage with some really neat custom enemies. However, I think the execution could have been a bit better. Some sections were way too spammy, especially the room with the first Noble Nickel. Looking at you, Gusman platform enemies. And the mini-boss was a bit ridiculous, especially when I was expected to fight him on breakable tiles. Also, for the first half of the Neapolitan Man fight, you could just stand in the left corner and most of his attacks would completely miss you. Angel. Really creative theme. I really like how the level is presented, and its theme is executed. This level frequently adds new ice cream themed elements to keep the experience fresh and mix with the elements introduced beforehand. Neapolitan Man himself is fun to fight, and the second phase ramps up his challenges nicely, without making him unfair or too difficult. The one thing I'm not a big fan of in this stage is some of the longer nickel segments. I feel like while they are a nice extra challenge, they are sometimes padded out between the interesting bits to follow a specific geometry and generally distract from the main path for longer than they need to. The segment where I felt this the most was the segment behind the Hornet Chaser wall, which was a really fun and tricky twist on the mini-boss of the stage, but didn't need the other segments preceding it. Aside from that, the level is really cool, with a nice difficulty curve and progression, with the enemies being fairly placed and projectiles only getting spammy on one or two occasions near the end, if you're using Buster. Great work. Gariri. What an impressive level. I really like the concept and the level looks very good. Even when we put that aside, the stage is mostly well designed and fun to play through. I think some sections did get irritating, mostly because the enemies that are a bit hard to deal with. But thankfully, that's no big deal. Once again, very good level. And Ace Mark. I am so glad this stage came with a Robot Master. Its theming deserved a wacky robot. So let's get the good stuff down. The theming of this stage is top-notch. We have brilliant enemy designs, really original stuff behind everything going on, some great ideas here, and excellent conveyance going on. Even the quite basic in concept ideas are well executed, like the red melting ice gimmick. We do falter in the execution of one portion of the stage, and it sideswipes the level a bit. The waffle blocks. And specifically, they seem to do something contrary to what Mega Man usually does with its objects. They don't respawn, or at least not enough is taken into account by the fact they don't respawn. This can leave you almost helplessly trapped if you aren't playing well, and can cause the player to off themselves as they are left with no option but to throw themselves into the batter. It hurts the fun factor. This is the biggest issue with the stage, and it's not a small one either. The Noble Knuckles were challenging, and most of them felt good to get, though. The Big Eye was very funny. The only exception is the mini-boss refight, which being combined with another gimmick makes it require a bit more planning to even survive than you'd expect for a mini-boss. More planning to survive than you'd expect for a mini-boss. And a bit more irritating. I'm not sure the second rematch with said mini-boss was exactly required either, since there isn't any huge differences to the rematch. The real star of the show is the boss. He is fantastic, nicely difficult, varied, and he has some really nifty attacks. He completely justifies his double health bar with the variety of attacks and the phases to the battle. He was really fun to fight, and it's clear a lot of effort went into him. This was overall a very fun stage. It's just, I think the wafer thing has bothered me a fair bit. But the sum of its parts more than make up for that problem, and that really is the only issue with the stage as I see it. Yeah, it deserves its score, deserves its place. Plum. This place is so amazing. All of these lights, statues, the fact it's in outer space, this'll be the best news story of my life. You must be pretty flattered, eh, Mega Man? Wait, was that 5th? No, that was 4th. We're in the top 3 now. 3rd place by Kirby and Freeman. Haunt Man. Score 45. 47, 48, 47, 39, 44. 1 element and 2 nickels. Oh, this section. That's such a clever gimmick. I love that. Oh, ran into the head. Okay. Oh, there's a rock right there. Mistimed. Another one. Yes. Flash Claw, and Water Counter. Oh, damn. One hit. Well, I like it. It felt like a genuine Mega Man stage. And that is the whole point of this contest. Snow Run Pyro. Oh my god, I love this level. The gimmicks and assets used here are so cool. They're not necessarily the most original thing. Shadow gimmicks have been around for a long time, but they're used extremely well. And I really love how the gimmicks are combined with engine assets. The setup with the shield attackers and ground devils are really good, and they're probably one of the few good usages of shield attackers I've ever seen. I also really love the Final Shadow section too, because it goes out of its way to try and disorient you by placing fake enemies on the real shadows while the real enemies are above them. The difficulty curve is great. Challenges are designed really well overall. Overall, it's just a fantastic level. Boss fight is really neat, even if, again, the concept has been done before. I like the 3 phases. This whole level is just really good. Super great job. Choopy Hornet. This was a very strong contender for my favorite level. Call it my second favorite level. It was super creative and fun, and felt like something straight out of a really, really good fan game. That VR gimmick was insane, and I would love to see an entire stage based off it. Haunt Man was especially cool, with the boss haunting 2 different bodies and attacking you with them. The battle was fair and easy to learn. My only real issue were a few blocks that blended in too well with the background. Overall, fantastic job. Angel. A really nice level that does so many things right that my complaints here will seem more like nitpicks than anything. But before I get to those, I just want to compliment it on its really creative gimmicks and super fun boss. As for the problems I had with this level, I felt like sometimes the enemies were placed in rather trivial locations, where they don't pose much of a threat at all, long after they've been introduced. And there is a log graphic in this level which I consistently considered part of the background, which ended up causing me to take a hit almost every time I reached that section. I think I know which one he's talking about. Aside from that, though, this is a really fun and well-made stage. Gariri. I'm quite impressed. Level design is very solid, though it has a few rough edges at times, but it's still a very enjoyable level. I'd say that Halloween-themed stages often feel generic and uninteresting, but this one is an exception, as I like the custom enemies and the main gimmick. The boss is a bit too easy, though. Hey Spark. Very solid stage. Your new gimmick is a wonderful idea, even if gameplay-wise it's simple. The flare is what takes a standard platform in an enemy segment and turns it into something original. Something that is all sometimes that is all that is required. Your primary gimmick is introduced very well. Very well, and the follow-up at the end of the stage is perfect, combining all the elements of the stage into an interesting challenge that plays with the player's perspective, usually to draw their eye to the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm also rather happy that it is very easy to tell what is and isn't a hit in the stage. The new enemies are great too. There is an issue with the introduction of the Super Mario Bros. 3 inspired Devil Boo floors, you can just skip it outright thanks to the platform above. The second outside area is pretty dull. The first such area is fine, since it is introducing the player to the new enemy types. The second one, no such excuse, so it's just a bit of random, tiny slog partway through the stage. It's not bad by any means, but it was a pretty dull segment to have in the middle of your stage. The Robot Master is very clever, and I love how he looks, but I think there is a bit too much RNG here. The Night form is able to corner the player very easily, since his fireball attack requires a fair amount of room to actually dodge, but I appreciated how much damage he actually deals, making him feel like a threat. The Mage form is a bit weird. The first time I fought him, I did not see the lightning blast attack, only his ice shards, making the fight a total cakewalk. Having a capped amount of times he can pull off attacks in a row would have improved this boss fight immensely. The Ghost form gave Gladius final boss flashbacks, the ones that don't fight back. I am not sure if this is a good thing or not. I would have liked to seen the last form actually do something, but it's no big deal. The other two forms were fine. This was absolutely a great stage overall. I think you got some great use out of your new assets here. Good stuff. Again, well deserved of its place. It felt like an official stage. Little duo statue. Second place by Entity 1037. The stage nobody asked for. Score 46.2. 50, 39, 49, 46, 47. Pyro's favorite and Angel's favorite. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow, Moo. Have a good night. 2 elements and 2 nickels. Spiked Wall Man. I will not let that stand, because I passed a nickel. Ah. Lord help me. No! Oh, sweet heavenly Jesus. Okay. Okay. Now, I already know the gimmick of this stage. This is not a blind playthrough. Anything blue is safe to stand on. Anything red, including spikes, is not. And unfortunately, this is how that gets introduced. But, yeah. Meaning I gotta go through that whole section again. I gotta go through Yoku's section again. But yeah, you only get one shot to get that section down, and if you fail, you gotta restart the entire level. And anything white, you pass through. It honestly can get to be a little bit of a head trip. Come on. Okay. Oh, wait, Okay, yeah, with this, I believe, if I remember right, yeah. Red is safe to pass through, but not land on. Is there... What is... No! No! Okay, so I guess I know now not to... Well, okay. Alright then. Controller, would you work with me? For God's sakes. So... Ah. Mm. Okay, I think I just have a long section. Glorious ground! I was gonna try and do that section without falling, but you know, here we go. Biked wall man is just. Whew. All right, and we got both nickels, but now we gotta head back down that path to get the other element. Okay. Okay. So, here we go. Ah! Damn. Gotta do the whole part again. Alright. Take 2. Well, take 3. Ah! Okay. Oh, right. Well, I've just remembered where the second nickel is. And what the second nickel is. Alright. Yeah, you're still. Mega Man? What are you doing here? You shouldn't just barge into where someone lives. That's it. I'm mad. Oh yeah, I can feel it. I'm fired up. This is it, Mega Man. This is the time. Where I get your power. My thumb is getting tired. Yeah, this guy just hits hard and hits fast, and I just want to get that element and get out of here. No, how could I lose? Damn. Next time, I won't go so easy on you. Yeah, no. And here's what the judges have to say. Snowrun Pyro, you are the worst and I hate you. This is the worst stage ever made in the history of life and I absolutely love it. The stage goes out of its way to pick the absolute worst of the worst gimmicks that everyone hates in Mega Man games and does absolutely ridiculous and insane things with them. Like, honestly, this level speaks for itself. The absolute insanity that goes on in this level. What with the enemy spam, Yogu blocks, quick lasers, giant stretches of footholders, suicidal super bosses, etc. just makes the level overflow with charm and be extremely fun to play due to the excellent design gone into each and every gimmick. And there's probably one of the best dynamic and clever bosses I've ever seen in a video game, period, to top it all off. I'm trying to find a flaw in this stage and I just can't. This stage literally has an up and down ambush and forced death, and it's amazing because they're actually used cleverly to introduce gimmicks and basically troll the player. It's a hilarious and smart stage and I just really, really love it. The only extremely small issue I have is that it's a bit too similar to Entity's Mega Man Endless stages, but I'm not going to judge it based on what other levels did. Just a reminder, they didn't know who made the levels when they judged them. So, a stage made by Entity is a little too similar to another stage made by Entity? Joopy Hornet. This was easily the most creative level in the contest. It was crazy. However, I honestly didn't really enjoy a lot of parts. The Yoku block puzzles were annoying and tedious, and the second one forced me through a wall a lot until I figured out what to do. It even killed me once. The part with the red, white, and blue tile sets was clever, but aesthetically it was probably the most disorienting thing I've ever seen. The footholder segment was pretty clever, but it took me a few deaths to get used to it. The boss was crazy though. Normally I would complain about a boss having 3 health bars, but I can see why you put so many this time, because of the sheer amount of attacks it has. Overall, I think it's pretty clever that you put a ton of effort into this level, but I personally didn't enjoy a lot of it. Angel. This level plays with the player's expectations in such a beautiful, calculated, and unpredictable way that I can't help but love it. The only issue I've had with it is that it was sometimes hard to look at, but aside from that, this stage is excellent. Even when going back to it, I caught myself laughing at its surprised and smiling throughout my playthrough, even when fucking up in a section or two. This is easily my favorite level from the contest, just due to its sheer unpredictability and how little it takes itself seriously while still being really well designed. Gariri. I really liked this level. I admit that the very precise jumps in some areas, the tedious footholder section, and the confusing visuals at some places add up to the annoyances I had with this level. But otherwise, it's very creative, fun to play through, and well designed, and all of these especially apply for the bosses. Ultimately, it was an enjoyable experience. Ace Bar. Yoku blocks, quickman lasers, footholders, big eyes, tellies, spikes, or instant death everywhere, and a couple bosses that are basically memes. This level is amazing, I'll say it right now. The single reason why this stage is as good as it is checkpoints. You basically take a stage where Mega Man's health bar is almost entirely irrelevant and make the cost of dying barely a blip on the radar, a speed bump rather than a roadblock. Yes. The result is a seriously unique stage. Every challenge, be they dev kit assets or something cooked up, is new, deadly, but fair. It is also the only stage where I can go an unavoidable death in my Mega Man, and frankly, that was the only way to introduce your stage's new gimmick. This moment is a, cool, instead of a, what? Why? The biggest drag on this stage is somewhat drawn out vertical Yoku block segment There were several gotcha moments where you reached the top, which graded by the third time you encountered one. And frankly, the rest of the stage makes up for it big time. By the time you reach the footholders, you will have forgotten the segment had even existed. Can we talk footholders? Outside of the signature Robot Master, thinking back, this is downright my favorite segment of the level. It's clever, it's dangerous, it makes sense, and you made them assholes. The final thing to note about this stage is the boss fights. Meme lords they may be. They're pretty great, although I am not sold on Meme Lord the second having death spikes in the battle. But it makes perfect sense given a few aspects of the fight, so I'll let you off. The signature Robot Master is one of the most unique boss fights I have encountered in a Mega Man game. It justifies his multiple health bars with several phases and is nearly always open to damage. Smart. Your other Meme Lord, he's good too, if a bit too healthy. This ends in the best way ever, though. Whew. Okay. Shadow Man. All of these statues give me the creeps. And finally, Boltman. Congratulations to the winner. He may have won the level design contest, but I think it goes without saying that I'd win the best Robot Master contest, right? And Last but certainly not least, first place by Shinryu, Identity Crisis, 46.8, 47, 49, 39, 49, 50, Jupi's favorite, and Guriri's favorite. Give me 1 second. Alright. We have 1 element and 5 nickels. Let's get into this. This might take me another hour. But it's well worth it. Trust me. There's a reason it's number 1, and you'll soon see why. Playing as the quote-unquote robot masters with their signature weapon and unlimited usage. And it's so well designed. Except when I do that. But yeah, like this section right here. You see that the Hornets go in an upward arc. So they put the skull spawner down there to hit the block as they go for the enemy. Now we're Jewel Man. See that? Look at how well this level is designed. So far. Look at it. Look at it. I'm just gonna bypass him. Hey, look at this. Look at how well this is designed. If you activated the shield, you'd miss out on the Noble Nickel and fall down to the pit. Just... Gah! And we're now Nitro Man. Sadly, we do not go bike mode. And look at this. turning through this, nothing seems out of place. Nothing seems unfair. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at how well that's designed. And you figure it out in almost an instant. Now we're Bright Man. Oh. Mistimed. Look at that. Right away. New enemy type that only appears when time is frozen. I cannot gush enough about this. Do I want to find out where... I feel like this is a checkpoint. Nope, okay. Now, I suicided there because I want to get the nickels. So well executed. And then, now that we've gone through everything, we swap between them. Good bees. That, come back over here, turn into Jewel Man. Ah. That was my own fault. I moved too fast and not fast enough. Oof, okay. That is my fault. That is my fault. Fair checkpoints. Look at that. Oh well. Oh wait, hang on. Okay. Ow. Go, my bees! Tom, sir. Training sequence complete. Thank you for testing our new transmogrifier weapon system. You may go to the right to exit the course, or proceed to an extra challenge located on the left. This final challenge is completely optional, but should you succeed, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Okay, let's see, who do I'm going to be Nitroman for this, because I feel like this is Ultraman, who I don't think that... Oh! And I think that's all the nickels. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I saw it and I just thought, I missed a nickel! Oh, where did I miss a nickel? Oh no! Is it at the beginning? Okay, it's not that far in. I was trying to do this stage in one go. I didn't really want this stage to be a 5-hour thing, but okay, it's not going to be too much longer. It looks like I just need to get through a little bit of the Hornet Man section. That was the one I needed. Okay. Just absolutely incredible. I'm so glad that it is so well made. Now, I did not want to go back in. I wanted to walk off the platform. Okay. Here's what the judges think. Snow Run Pyro. It's really on the long side, but man, this is amazing. The concept alone is really, really neat, and then it goes and just makes extremely creative setups using only half the weapons and the engine. It makes for an honestly fantastic level. There's so many setups in this level that I absolutely adore, like the Dock Run, Hornet Chaser barriers, the Ringman platforms, wheel cutter sections, and the freaking all the Jewel and Bright sections. So much of the level is just super clever. And then after the 4 really cool sections, you get an awesome final section that ties everything together and combines the characters in really cool ways. I love the Hornet Bright Crusher setup. It's really creative, and there's a pretty neat extra boss fight at the end. The level is just super great, and I love it. Honestly though, the length kinda brings it down. It takes really long to get through on your first playthrough, let alone subsequent ones. But honestly, I didn't really mind playing it again because it's just a blast to play through. Oh. That finger. It does kind of lose its luster, so to speak, on second playthroughs though. I still really love it though. Art. Jupy Hornet, I want you to know that you were very, very, very close to getting a perfect score for me. But I somehow got the secret boss to disappear. I think it was my fault though. Still, this is such an amazing level. All of the playables look so good and clearly had effort put into them. I could finally play as Hornet Man, crying. And you showed that you really know how to use and design around their weapons. The Brightman sections were especially good, because you thought about how a Flash Stopper would freeze everything, so you made enemies that only attack when you use Flash Stopper. Genius. Absolutely genius. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if this level wins. Well, it has. Angel. 4 great stages in one, followed by a finale that I found to be somewhat lackluster. This level does a great job at making use of the 4 weapons it is centered around, and I'm a fan of the variety of challenges provided in the level's first 4 halves. But I feel like that's where it could have ended and nothing of value would have been lost. Alternatively, all of these segments could have been shortened, compacted, and the final section could have incorporated the omitted aspects while putting them in the context of challenges that require multiple robot masters to solve, which is something I wish it did more. The final section has, in my eyes, so much wasted potential that it could have almost entirely been put into the previous 4 sections without big changes. The combined powers of robot masters are used once or twice in total, while the rest of the challenges don't really expand on what had been laid out in the Robot Master introduction segment. I ended up getting pretty bored during the final section of the level because of that, combined with the fact that the level goes out of its way to interrupt its own flow between segments, making me painfully aware of its length due to the first half, and making the rest of the level just feel like drag. Angel, I'm gonna disagree with Yanni here. I'll get to that. Guriri. Wow. Just wow. This level is almost flawless. The level design contains virtually no cases of poor level design, with the exception of very minor annoyances. The idea behind the level in general, the ideas behind the level in general are really awesome and original. And overall, the level looks and plays great. I'd say that maybe there are a few moments where the level gets a little boring, but that's not a huge issue. I'm seriously impressed by the effort put into this level. A Spark. Perfect 50. Under normal circumstances, I'd be trying to come up with faults for the stage. Areas that bothered me. And there's only one. The boss should not have been made optional, because nothing about him hints that he is too hard for the average player. Because frankly, he isn't, and it would have ended a traditional run of the stage on a much higher note. He isn't not present though, so I'm counting this as a nitpick. That's about it. This was stunning. Not only were the dev kit assets used well, they were used creatively. This is not just a solid stage, it's creative and manages to create a very good balance between minor puzzle elements, precision platforming, and timing. It would appear there is a right way to do forced weapon usage after all. You could have gone with just using Mega Man's graphics there, but you didn't. You went above and beyond. Fantastic stage. Yes, this... Oh my god. There are times that I sing something's praises. I did it with Zelda 2 Remake. I played here on stream and posted on YouTube. But oh my god. Everything was conveyed perfectly. There was nothing that was maze-like. And even the nickel I missed. It's something that was optional and was my own fault for missing it because I didn't really explore. And who was it? Angel. I really disagree with you there, Angel. The stage wasn't boring. It kept my attention, and it would keep most players' attention, I feel. This honestly should have gotten a near perfect score. If it wasn't for you, Angel, it would have. I don't know what your favorite stage was. I don't remember seeing yours. Hang on. Was it this? Okay, that's fair. Your favorite made second place, but the fact that you get introduced to every Robot Master beforehand, showing that, hey, you're locked to the weapon. Here's a quick training section to show you how to use the weapon. If you haven't used it before now, which you should have, but okay. This at least shows you, hey, some are like ornament. Some you have to have it'll lock onto enemies, but if not, it just goes in an upward arc. So make sure you have an enemy close by, so it'll go downward or wherever you want it to go. Jewel Man, showing that some blocks block your shots and disable your shield. Bright Man, showing that, okay, well, you use your weapon, these blocks you can pass through. But sometimes there's enemies that you can't hurt unless you use your weapon. Nitro Man, showing that, yeah, you can climb walls, and you will have to climb walls in order to get past things. And it doesn't do it in a way that none of these segments do it in a way that insults your intelligence. And then, oh my god, they just go all out and put it all together and say, okay, we've given you the tools, now use them. Just perfect. Just 50 out of 50 for me. I forget what all the requirements were, but 50 out of 50. It looks good. It plays good. It's got good conveyance. There's nothing BS about it. There's no mazes, and even the optional boss. while I do agree with A Spark that it should have just been made mandatory, maybe as like a way to get the nickel, like instead of him dropping a key, he drops the nickel. I don't know if that could have been done with this engine, but okay. But nonetheless, absolutely perfect stage. Shortcut to bottom. Okay. And with that, that is every stage in the main contest. Yes, Gyroman. Got all the elements, all the nickels. Before we end here, I'm gonna hop over to the chateau because I should have enough to get the next upgrade. I think just enough. Nightman. Ah! I can feel that you have at least 170 nickels. You're very close to getting them all. Fortunately, I have prepared a worthy reward for you. I assume to amass these nickels you've had to fight quite a few fan-made robot masters. Am I not correct? It must have bugged you that you can't get their special weapons. I've worked on a reward for that. Take the contest weapon data. Got the contest weapon data. Switch between weapon sets with shoot while in the pause menu. However, they are restricted to costumes, see which in the costume shop. New costume available. Yes. And that is why I wanted 100% every stage before I finish. Because, here we go. We got Pond Pumpkin, Badge Barrier, Neapolitan Bomb, Truffle Cluster, Cheat Distorter, or Code Distorter, Force Beam, Hazard Trapper, M-Blast. Magma Blast, something. Launch Rocket. Shuttle. I'm assuming Shuttle Jet. Seaclaw. And Carry. Weapon from one of the Game Boy games. I think it was 2 that had that, but it's just wow. And you can access them at any time, so long as you have the costume, like they said. So I'm gonna hop over to Tier 5 real quick and see if I can't buy the equipment. Go to the costume shop. Hi again, brother. Feel free to buy. Yeah. So, any of any of them that have the little pumpkin icon like that can use the special weapons. The appearance of a true winner, though it does look a bit freaky. Okay. So, let's see. We can be Hornet Man now. As well as Bright Man. Now, these are only costumes, so... Head to the shop here. Fill up on our E-tanks. and then head upstairs and talk to Dr. Light, because we've got one more special thing. "104 energy elements? Absolutely staggering. I feel like I should be rewarding you somehow, but right now I can't think of anything." Get another costume. Dr. Light. "You want to be dad? Well, I won't judge." I don't know if I'm going to be You know what? I'm going to follow in Rom's footsteps, and I'm going to be Dr. Light. For the Wily stages. So, next time on Magmammal, we will be heading towards the Wily stages. I will be starting at 7 o'clock Central Time next week as well. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all the stages. There's 6 in total, and the last one can take a really long time. It might take me easily 2 hours. I'm not joking. So otherwise, we'll call it here. We'll pick up next week. Tune in next Saturday when I will be playing more Spyro 1 on the Reignited Trilogy. And then next Sunday when we will be taking on Dr. Wily as Dr. Light. Dr. Light's sick of your shenanigans, and he's coming for you. I'm a human. Otherwise, so anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, whole YouTuber spiel, like, comment, subscribe. You know by now it helps people's channels grow. And it really means a lot to me if you just say hi. Alright. Till then, I'll see you then. I'll see ya. And you all have a good week. And happy Thanksgiving for those of you in America.